Hey Steve Annie, how's it going? Going well?
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Just having an undercut war with a couple of competitors on my realm for trinket sales.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
But we do have a big mailbox to open today. Pretty excited, it's almost like 4 pages. Yeah, first page is 2 million. There's 370 mil. So I think there's at least 6 million in this mailbox. Maybe even like 7 or 8.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Morning Sharkin, how's it going? How are sales on Monkey Morn?
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, this is like my life in the afternoons. I'm usually leveling in my other account, so it's not as bad. But yeah, between like noon and like 5 p.m. Pacific, it's just constant undercutting.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
At BFA launch, I maybe had like 1 or 2 competitors for the first couple of days on the trinkets. This time it's like 5 or 6. Maybe even more. Have you managed to sell any cosmetics I told you about? I actually haven't crafted any. Should I just throw them up on the auction house, or should I be barking in trade chat?
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
There's like more people crafting the trinkets, but yeah, there's only like 5 or 6 doing like constant undercuts during this time. I think you guys can see that, right? First page we have 2 million, a little bit over 2 million, and we have 371 mil to collect today.
Have anything
Should be
ancient
sales
to
from like the
trade?
last 2 days.
Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
You can see how fast the trinkets sell though. I'm actually gonna have to shuffle more tonight, I think.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Oh yeah, we sold one of the tier 1 legendary base rings for 50k. Or no, I think it was like a neck or something. Let me try and find that. Yeah, it was a necklace for 45k after the auction house cut. My guildie who can craft him isn't on it at the moment, but he said he'll be back later tonight. So we can have him craft a few more. Other than that, I'm selling a lot of trinkets. Prices today are actually a lot lower compared to yesterday. So, I think our later pages are going to be a lot bigger. I don't think we're going to hit 10 mil though. Maybe like 7 million. But we're starting at 466, so I'll have to subtract that at the end. Missives are really good. They're selling for between like 2 and 4k. Should be even better next week, I think, because there's going to be a lot more people crafting legendaries and stuff, wanting missives. Rings and necks are usually 1k up to 5k. You can see I sold a few at like 3k here. Yeah, pretty good sales. Can't win on Monkey Morn, feels bad. I got some sad competitors which are posting the crown for 500 gold when the market is 25k right now. Sacred Shard 120, Lightless 50, Shrouded 7. $180 gold for a bracer with a 40% chance, sells for 120. Dang, that's super low. So page 2. It's actually a lot less than page 1. We only have 1.5 million on page 2. But you can see the trinket prices are a lot higher, like almost 70k for Veracity. 80k for Putrescence. And then the other ones are like 60k almost. But I think our prices are too low right now. So crafting cost is a lot lower than it was 2-3 days ago. Prices are like pretty close to half now, I think, for the trinkets. Hopefully there's a lot of demand though this weekend with a bunch of people leveling up and stuff, hitting 60 and gearing. Yeah, those prices are so low. 17, 19, 31, and 44 for the trinkets.
Have anything
They're about half of what they are here, I think.
Needs to be at least 2
We can actually check in a second. So we have 30, 34, 50, 55. I guess that's only different for the Repose and Indomitable. Putra and like Veracity are pretty close. Only like a 10, 15k difference.
If you find anything exotic,
Yeah, I think there's a lot better choices for gold making.
have anything ancient to trade?
It can be pretty
Needs to
cutthroat
be
on
at least
full
2
pops.
centuries old.
We do have another 600k coming in. And I should probably list more missives. Quantity. There's 9 veracity and around like 20 for everything else. I'm actually out of the repose. I need a couple more 8s and 5s, but they're really expensive, so I didn't buy any. Yeah, the 8's like 15k and the 5 is like 7k, so it'd be like 21k to buy one of each. Or to buy, yeah, like one of each. On the auction house, I actually only list one at a time, since it's just constant undercutting. Just do 12 hours.
Have anything ancient to trade?
And post one at a time.
Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
And then usually before I go to bed, I just list everything. Yeah, 19 repose, 26 indomitable, 25 of the putrescence, and 9 veracity.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
So page 2 we have 1.3 million. It's actually less than page 1 and page 2. Even though the prices on trinkets are a lot higher, I think we just had more ring sales on these pages, missive sales as well. So that takes up more spots on the page. Sold another trinket, the Putra for 50k. Pretty good prices. You can see the rings were a lot more expensive like a day ago. These were sales from I think yesterday, because there's 28 days. 4.3k for the rings, compared to, I think some of them were down to like 2 or 3k today. Dang, maybe not quite 6 million. Yeah, because we looted like 4 million so far. Yeah, we started at 466, and we're sitting at like a little bit under 5.2. Yeah, baiting people is always fun. So yeah, last page has 1.5. That'll put us at like 6.7. So we looted like 6.2k.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs
And then we have 600k coming in.
Centuries old.
So I guess it's between like 6.6 and like 7 million. Or no, 6.8 and 7 million.
If you find anything exotic, bring it.
But we have a lot of restocking to do today. So I'm gonna focus on that, I think, after I loot my mailbox. Look at these prices too. Prices from yesterday. Veracity for 90k. The other Darkroom deck selling for like 60k plus. 52 for the Dominable. A couple of Veracity sales at like pretty close to 95. Sale on the Putrescence at like 100k. Prices are like less than half of those. Pretty crazy. Huge difference. But maybe the prices will pick up again over the weekend when there's more people on buying trinkets and stuff. You're going out today? Nice. How's the weather down there? So yeah, we're a little bit under 6.8.
Have anything ancient to trade?
500k coming in.
2 centuries old.
So that would put us at like 7.3. So I think we looted like 6 and 6.7, 6.8, something like that. Or no, we looted like 6.3. But we'll be at like 6.8 or yeah, 6.8 collected after we get all of our mail.
If you find anything exotic,
not too bad for like, I don't think it's been 2 days yet because I looted like yesterday evening. Maybe it was yesterday midday, I can't remember, but it's been probably like definitely less than 48 hours. It's been like 30, maybe like 36 hours or something. Trinkets. Margins are pretty high.
Have anything ancient to trade?
I was actually doing some math with Lazy Goldmaker and Phyllis on Twitter. Yeah, I think we were saying it's like roughly 40 of the 40 Death Blossoms per card, and then I was using like 3.3 for the Nightshades. My total profit, I'll have to reveal it on Monday. But yeah, prices are actually really low. Or pretty low compared to what it was a few days ago. Death Blossom, 41 gold. That's like one of the important ones. And then Nightshade is 289, but I actually bought a bunch at 200 earlier today. But yeah, even at like 250 or 300, it's really good margins for the trinkets. Hey Frodo, going pretty well. Just looted, I think it was 6.3, right? 6.3 million in sales. Just gonna do some restocking, I think. Just started watching your channel 4 days ago with 50k gold, now have 400k. That's awesome. That's like really good growth. 350k profit on like 50k is like, yeah, pretty solid, I would say. Surprised to see a 5-man team gathering today. They were really coordinated, so I suspect they were using input software. I was bad to report them. Yeah, I don't know what most people are doing. Was it Sharkin? Yeah, if it was Sharkin, I would totally report him too. Yeah, like jewel crafting and inscriptions are pretty solid right now. so I need to restock. Well, I probably have enough trinkets, I just need more repos. But I don't think it's worth buying off the auction house because the prices of the decks are... Yeah, I think they're down to 30k. Yeah, there's 2 at 30 and a bunch at 35. It's probably not worth buying those cards, the 5 and the 8. So yeah, I'll just craft a bunch of cards and see what I get. Have you guys started investing for the legendaries coming out on Tuesday? Yeah, I was thinking of buying some of this, the lithium ore, maybe up to like 200 gold. There actually isn't very much, so I can just buy it. I think that's usually used for mostly blacksmithing stuff. I think on our realm, like 200 gold's gonna be a pretty decent price. I already started selling legendaries. Yeah, we actually sold one earlier today, the necklace. Stage 1 for 50k. Or I think it was like 45k. I think the ore for the blacksmithing pieces should be a pretty good investment. And then if you find any of the cheap ore, it might be good for jewel crafting as well, because you have to prospect a bunch to get the essences for the jewel crafting legendaries. We could actually prospect the lithium as well, because it has a pretty good rate of giving the essences for jewel crafting. So you can use it to craft either blacksmithing pieces, or you can prospect it and use it for jewel crafting pieces as well. Saw your sales on Discord compared to mine. I wanted to cry. You had 5 times less sales, but more gold. Yeah, this is like a medium or high pop. I think it's listed as a high pop when you log in. Yeah, I think it's used for the blacksmithing pieces, the lithium ore.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Yeah, so it's an enchanted lithium bar. So you actually need to send it over to an enchanter first, and then make the enchanted lithium bars, and then mail it to your blacksmith. Just the same thing I've been doing. Trinkets, jewel crafting, Oh, I forgot to show you guys my sales on the leatherworking shoulders.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries.
I sold a few of them at like 6k, even though the other pieces are like a couple hundred gold. I think it's because people are crafting the other pieces for leveling up their leatherworking, but Wild Professions doesn't have the shoulders as an item that you should craft, so there's like a huge price discrepancy between shoulders and all the other pieces. Let's see if that's still true. I will search for it in a second. Yeah, not as big as it was yesterday, but you can see the shoulder is still 5.2k. The other pieces are a few hundred gold, but the shoulders and the vest are pretty good prices. Vest was actually down to a couple hundred gold as well, but shoulders yesterday were like 6 or 7k. Is there high overhead price on the legendary necklaces? Not really, because you just prospect ore. You can use the gems that you get for crafting and make some gold off of that. And then you just turn the essences that you get from the prospecting into the legendary pieces. I think my crafting cost on this realm was like under 20k. Probably closer to like 10k. It's kind of hard to calculate because you get like gems and stuff too, which you can use to craft. Jabot1121, thank you so much for the 1 month. Do appreciate that sub. So we should probably buy some herbs and restock our trinkets. And then I did buy a bunch of ore that I have on my mage to prospect, and we can restock dual crafting stuff as well. Ooh, Rising Glory at 25 is really good. It does give away more Luminous, but I think it's actually going to be better than buying the Death Blossom at 45. Yeah, I think if the price is difference is like 50% or more, it's better to buy one of the other herbs. So yeah, Death Blossom at 44, so yeah, I think 25 is pretty good. Hey Juan, how's it going? So yeah, I'll buy those, the ones at 25. And then I think if the price is in the 30s, we just buy the Death Blossom at 45. So deck prices, Repose is 30k, Indomitable is 34k, Putrescence is 50 and Veracity is 55. I actually saw someone post their screenshot of the Veracities and they were like 100k on their realm. Pretty insane. Goal making's going pretty well. We looted 6 point, it was like 6.2, right? 6.3. I actually thought I was gonna be closer to 7, but yeah, it was like 3.5 pages, and I wasn't really keeping track of how much was in there. Your server's prices are crazy. Death Blossom costs 65 on my server. Deck prices 19 cheapest and 54k at the highest. Yeah, it's really weird. Maybe someone just bought a bunch of Death Blossom or something. Sold a Veracity and Indom, 100k, 70k on my server. Dang, I would kill for those prices. We had prices like that yesterday, but then the prices just like rolled over. They're like half of what they were yesterday. Some enchants my server is selling for 1k and the crystals 7. Yeah, I think the crystals are 12k here, and the enchants are pretty high as well. So buy all the Death Blossoms at 45, leave everything at like 48 plus. And then I think we do want some of the Nightshade. Dang, I picked some up at 200 earlier, but I think I used most of it already. So now we have to buy some at like 300. Maybe go from 300 to 350. Yeah, I'm gonna buy the 513 from 300 to 354. So the clusters are really good, like the yeah, like the gem clusters, and then the rings and the necks are really good as well.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I think we make like 20 or 30k profit on each of the legendary base ones as well if we sell at 50k. But I actually can't craft those. I have to wait until my guilty gets on. Some more sales came in, 141k. I think all of my sales build up. Maybe just loot it on Monday or something after the weekend. See how much we make this weekend. I think I'm gonna send the ores off to maybe my Death Knight. Yeah, they're definitely profitable. I think my crafting cost is pretty close to 20k with those prices.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
And we're selling them for between like 35 and 55 at the moment, it looks like.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Hopefully we have enough room in our bag. Do Nightshade first. We just bought a bunch at 45 for Death Blossom. So yeah, I think you need between 32 to 42 Death Blossom per card. And then Nightshade is between like 2.8 and 3.4. Yeah, Lazy had a bunch of data and Billis had a bunch of data as well. I think Lazy ended up combining everything from Reddit as well. So he was getting 32.7 Death Blossom plus 2.8 Nightshade on average for each card. So my crafting cost per card is like 2.2k. So yeah, it's at like under 20k crafting cost for each of the decks. But you probably want to add like 10 or 20% just because there's a bit of RNG involved with getting like the right cards, and also you might get unlucky with your mills as well. So you might get fewer, like getting fewer Nightshades or inks from Nightshade would be pretty big change to your crafting cost. So maybe add like 20 or 30%. So maybe like 2.5k for each card. So it'd be like 20k. Since there's 8 cards per deck. Yeah, someone actually linked me something in Discord that had the prospect rates and like mill rates. Wonder if I can find it. Forget which one I mill. It's the one of the green ones. Blanking on the name at the moment. I think it was the one that Manpheus made. Oh yeah, Prospect Selenium. But you should just look at the prospect rates and the prices on your own. Hey Valk, how's it going? How's your gold making been? Lena Lilia, thank you so much for the follow. Hardly made any gold in Shadowlands, just doing leveling and stuff and my usual sniping. Yeah, I gotta finish my monk. Probably finish that up tonight. I'm pretty close. And then probably work on a second tune this weekend. But I definitely want to unlock legendaries on my monk. Currently have leatherworking and skinning. But I'm gonna drop skinning once I'm 60, disenchant all the gear I've been collecting, and then probably pick up another crafting profession. Probably go like blacksmithing. Could also do tailoring, but yeah, I think I'm just gonna go blacksmithing. Maybe ask some guildies, see what professions people are going after. That way we can yeah, I don't know if we have any blacksmiths in the realm on our in our guild that can craft the legendaries. So I can go like leatherworking and blacksmithing on my monk after he's 60. Unlock both of the legendary recipes for both professions. But yeah, blacksmithing is gonna be really expensive. Having to craft like 15 of each at rank 1. And then I think No Kill said you need like 30 of each at rank 2 and rank 3 to get to rank 4. It's gonna be super expensive. I should probably look up my best in slot as well for monk. Yeah, I'll check later, see what I need. Making some gold with enchanting, selling the enchanted mats, made as enchanter. Nice. Yeah, I'll probably work on my monk, get blacksmithing, leatherworking up and running, and then I'll probably level my mage on this realm as well. She has enchanting and tailoring, I think? Wait, no, I went enchanting jewel crafting on my mage. So I guess if I want tailoring, I have to level up priest. Priest is engineering tailoring on this realm. How much gold per hour is that cape shuffle? Which cape shuffle? Disenchanting? Or are you talking about vendoring? I thought it was chest. And I thought you wanted it to be under 5 gold. But yeah, I think for shuffles like that, you definitely want a second account. Just have it run in the background. I think a bunch of our trinkets sold, so I need to list more. Have you come across any good leatherworking streams / tips? What do you mean by leatherworking streams? Like people who do gold making with stream? Leatherworking on stream? Not that I know of off the top of my head, but I imagine legendary crafting will be good next week. So it's probably something to take a look at. You can also arbitrage like heavy leathers and stuff. So if you find a bunch of cheap leather, you can just buy that, use your leatherworking to upgrade it to like the heavy leathers. Those usually sell for a lot more than the actual like single leathers. And then I showed you guys on earlier on stream, but the shoulders on this realm are really good right now. The like rare quality ones. Just because WoW Professions doesn't recommend you craft those for leveling, so there's not as many on the auction house. So the difference is like I think the chest was like 2k and the shoulders were like 6 or 7k. Hey Derp, how's it going?
It would be my pleasure.
How has your gold making been? That's a lot of ink. 2,000 total. It's been okay, not as much as I hoped, but it's been... Oh, I've been chilling as well. Same here. Yeah, I think at BFA launch I was making, like, way more. I kind of wish Expulsum shuffling was still a thing. So I think that's what kept the prices up so high for so long at BFA launch. But now everything is like super easy to craft, so the prices are like super low. I mean, the margins are still pretty decent, but not as good as it was in BFA. Yeah, and I guess it doesn't help that a bunch of my realms got merged, so there's a lot more competition, a lot more people crafting. But I think the demand will pick up over the weekend. And then for legendaries and stuff like that, I think the demand will pick up on Tuesday after the reset. Oh yeah, there's no ranks to go after either. That's kind of an issue. Am I crazy if I'm going to craft 2,000 cards? I don't think that's too crazy. I've milled 48,000 Death Blossom so far. Yeah, it's like 1,200 cards, I think. Assuming you need 40 for each card. Yeah, 48,000 by 40 is 1,200 cards. Matthew said to buy those enchants for easy gold. I mean, you could pick them up now and then try and flip them when raid comes out. Or you could also do it next week. Here's an example. Eternal Crystals are 5k on my server. They're enchants that require 2, and those are 900 gold on my server. I think it's just people using them to level. And then whatever they craft from leveling, they just dump on the auction house for whatever price. Or they maybe ran some Mythic Zeros or something, got some extra gear, they just enchanted it, and yeah, just crafted the enchants with the materials they had on hand. $270 enchants. Yeah, it would be a pretty big reset. Real question is, how long will the map prices stay high? At least for 2 weeks, right? Because we have raid coming out on the 8th. Yeah, I think that maybe next week, like before the raid comes out, would be a good time to invest in mats. I did also level up my alchemy, so that's all ready to go. The only recipe I can't get is the cauldron, since I'm not level 60 yet on this tune. But I should be able to craft everything else. So it's just a matter of keeping an eye on prices and picking up stuff when it's priced low. Just saving it in your bank and then, yeah, just crafting. Yeah, cauldron's BOA, the item itself, but I don't think the recipe is BOA. Math behind the decks. So for Nightshade, you need, I think it's like 3.3, or maybe closer to 3 Nightshades per card. And then if you mass mill Deathbloom, you need like maybe 40 for each card. So you can figure out your cost for each card off of that. I've just been using 40 for my calculation, but I think Lazy Goldmaker said it's actually closer to 32 because he collected a bunch of data from Reddit, and he got 32.7 for the Death Bloom and 2.8 for Nightshade. But yeah, just to be safe, I've just been using 40, and for the Nightshade I use 3.3. WoW HUD comments are some numbers. Sorry, the link got auto-modded. So what I just linked is Lazy's numbers. He collected a bunch of data from his own sample size, Billis's, and then a bunch off Reddit. And then if you use any of the other herbs, you have to tweak your numbers a little bit. Because you get different values for the other herbs. As far as like how much Umbrella you get. And how much Luminous you get. I don't think there's anything that helps with alchemy procs this time. It's just 1-to-1. Yeah, it looks like I have enough to craft like 200 cards, which should give us, I think, a couple of each deck at least. Oh, my guildie's on. I can probably ask him to craft the, next now. Might actually do that, since crafting the inks is pretty boring. He says he's free, so I'm gonna switch to my mage. I do have all the mats ready to go, I think.
This realm offers infinite.
And then while I'm here, I can also prospect and craft jewel crafting stuff, restock. Pretty amped about the token prices as well. Last check, they were down to 115 on NA. Sold a couple of essences as well, which is good, because I have a lot of valors from prospecting my selenium. I think it's a 20 valor. Or is it 40 valor? I'm gonna have him craft 2 of each, or 2 of the next. So I did move over 40 ingots. I should have 20 servitude somewhere. $20 valor and then 20 shards. Shards you just buy off the vendor. So I'm gonna grab those real quick and then... I wonder if the Card of Omen Shuffle is worth now, since water herbs are sub 60. Yeah, definitely something to do in the background, I think. I'll make another account.
How may I assist? Come back if you need.
I definitely wouldn't do it on your main account, just because there's so many other things that you could do on your main account that would get you a lot more gold. No, he's over here. So I think we made like 20 or 25k profit off the other one, so I'm gonna give him 10k. Oh, one of my guildies said I should just not shave for the month of November. But I think I started like halfway through, so I'm gonna not shave in December either. I think I closed out of the window and was kidding. I'll just give him 15k. Mail those over to my DH. Just gonna mass prospect all of it, I think. Hope you're doing well, Vallegro. How's gold making right now? I have to use my non-Shadowlands account for posting only, so I can use my Shadowlands account for crafting, setting up on other servers. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, and once you make enough gold, you can just buy Shadowlands on your non-Shadowlands account. That way you can do Shadowlands stuff on both accounts. Remember the time it will take and that you can't use CKS for cards. Yeah, it's kind of annoying. There's no more input software, so... Yeah, I guess flipping on the second account would be kind of a pain if you did make the Card of Omens. Bad at the moment. Oh yeah, it's true. You could just bind it to a mouse wheel or another key that you use a lot. Maybe it's something to do while you watch TV or work on something else. You use an auto clicker. I'm surprised that didn't get you banned. I think that's like definitely against TOS. Using like a auto clicker or like a macro. We are getting a lot of gems, which is good. The yellow ones are money, because that gives us like haste gear. You also need it for making deadly, which is like the crit. You need 2 of the yellow and 2 of the reds for the deadly jewel cluster. Yeah, I think most people just buy the clusters, and then you also need to craft the clusters to craft the good rings and good necklaces. I would just do both, just more sales. But if you're only picking up a limited amount of like ore, then I would see what's selling for more. Yeah, if the cluster is selling for is it half the price? Yeah, because you need 2 clusters for each ring and each neck. Oh, you also have to factor in the price of the ore as well. So yeah, there's a bit of math involved, but you can see which is more profitable, and yeah, sell whatever is more profitable if you're limited on the number of gems you have. But if you're sitting on a lot of capital, I would just buy a bunch of ore and prospect it, and then you can do both rings, necks, and clusters. Crafter's Mark seems like a waste. I would never... Probably not craft the Crafter's Mark on jewel crafting. If you have like a second crafting profession, I would probably use that. Yeah, I crafted a bunch of the Scrolls of Unlocking on a few of my realms and sold a few at like 1k on launch day. I want to buy extra mats for the weekend due to influx of players, but at the same time, those players could just gather. Supply of mats will increase. Not sure if I should stock up or not. Probably just enough to get through tonight and like tomorrow morning. I think there will be a demand for people. I think most people are just going to focus on leveling and then gearing their ults once they hit 60 over the weekend. Especially if they didn't have a chance to play on like Monday or during the week because of like work or school. Goal making is going pretty well. Should be a good weekend, I think. First weekend of the new expansion is usually pretty good. I think it's probably enough gems, right? I'll save some more in case I need it for like crafting rings and necks. Look how many of these essences we have. We're sitting on 1200. Gonna try and sell some.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Oh, I have some on the auction house already, that's why. It's like, where is the rest of them? Maybe I went a little overboard. That's a lot of gems to use up. Actually, I have to pick up more settings, and then I should probably pick up more of the wires as well.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I think I'll try and stock like 10 of each. No, I'm still in the process of building it.
It is clear you deserve only the best.
Yeah, I'm still on my old PC, so I lowered the output resolution to 480. Oh, does it look smoother? Yeah, I used to stream in like 720p. So I lowered the resolution to 480 just to see if it would make a difference.
Always a pleasure.
Oh, and I also raised the bitrate. Because my internet seems to be a little bit more stable, and my like up and down are a little bit better. So we can make pretty much whatever we need. I have a lot of gems. Start with 40 clusters each, and then use the clusters to craft the rings and amulets. Really wish they would give us enchants to speed up our crafting. Repeat which part? The crafting part? I'm just doing 40 clusters. And then using the clusters to make the rings and the amulets. Yeah, you need 2 clusters for each ring and each amulet. We could actually do like 100 of each, but yeah, I don't really need to craft that many at once. I don't think so, because it's specifically for Culturian crafting. Does, like, sitting in Borealis work? Yeah, I usually do 20 clusters when I do restocks, but it's like right before the weekend, so I'm just gonna craft more. That way I don't have to like keep logging back and forth. If Eternal Crystals were 10k on your server and the enchants are selling for 5k, would you buy them out? Probably not. I would probably wait until like week 3. Or a little bit before week 3 if you were gonna do a reset. Crafting everything is slow in Shadowlands. Need to score some shredded cloth from auction house. Smart average buy is 2 gold 43. Dang, that's really good. Are you just doing the vendor shuffle with it, or are you actually using it for your own crafting? Vendor shuffle now to gain more gold so I can invest in more cloth and other stuff. I'm back at EU twisting nether full pop. Dang, that sounds like fun. Yeah, I thought about doing both Risk Realm and Tichondrius at the same time, but I just figured it would be better to focus on one realm. I think I'll actually do 8 and 12. 8 necks and 12 rings. Yeah, I think the rings sell slightly better just because people need 2 of those rather than just like 1 neck. Yeah, I think I'm gonna work on leveling on Tichondrius Horde next week. Maybe try and get a second 60 on this realm this weekend. I need to get set up for crafting legendary base items on my monk, and then I can focus on other stuff. So I'll probably work on that tonight, and I should, yeah, probably be ready to craft legendaries, base items by tomorrow. How long does it take for you to level to 50 to 60? At my rate, probably like 3-4 days. Just because I'm like doing gold making stuff as well. I'm a very slow leveler. But I think once you hit 60, I can just do spam dungeons on my alt. Level up that way. You can also do world quests as well. We'll do world quests since I'm not a big pug dungeon person. I think the normals aren't too bad while you're leveling up. Only gonna craft 5 of these rings. I don't really need to restock. That makes sense. Do you have any guildies that you can run with? Yeah, I think I'll have to work on gearing tomorrow. And then hopefully find a guild group for some zeros. Oh, you're in like a bank guild? I guess that makes sense. Do you not raid or anything? You should get into raiding, it's a lot of fun.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to
Cool thing
trade?
about Longboy is you can
Needs to be at least
do auction
2
house stuff while you're
centuries
moving.
old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Prices on missives are good again, between 2.5 and 3k, or 2.9k rather. You can say I actually bought a bunch at like 2.3 and 2.6 to do a reset. Yeah, masteries were down to 2k, so I bought 15 of those. You can see my average sale on 32 is like 5.2k.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Imagine the price will go up a little bit as well. And yeah, we're back up to 491k in the mailbox. We looted our mail like an hour ago too. Pretty solid.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
How much are the mastery ones? 120? I think it's probably worth listing at 120. Because you get the masterfuls from the red and the blues, which are, yeah, fairly easy to get. Not as important as the yellow ones.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
How's the auction house throttle nowadays? If you do small enough groups for your cancel scans, it's not bad at all. Yeah, when I do cancel scans, I usually split up my groups in such a way that it's like not even noticeable. Rating with 3 FPS. What about 1 FPS? I'm only in people I trust, my alts. Stop typing words. And voices I trust, those in my head. I still have to run my rogue out. Might actually do that tonight after I finish leveling my monk. That way I have a second account to shuffle inks and stuff. I hate Shadowlands crafting. Also, the professions are kind of weird with Shadowlands. You can see Alchemy caps out at 175, but Inscription only took 100 skill points to cap. So I'm not sure what the deal with that is. Someone's selling BOE. Wonder how much they want for it. Oh, min buyout on this realm is only 75k. Int dagger. I don't even think I can use that on my monk. Yeah, I have to use it on like a major priest. We are selling a lot of misses, which is good. I should probably restock more of those. I'm actually down to like 4 or some, and only one of the crit ones. Did a reset on mastery earlier today, so that's why I have 10 of those. But everything else needs to restock, I think. So I'll probably craft like up to 10 of each, and then use the rest for the Dark Moon cards. Yeah, sell should be really good for the next like 5 hours. It's like prime time for NA. Friday from like probably like 3 p.m. all the way up to like midnight. could actually stop here and see how many cards we get from our 50.
I live to serve, more walker. Tell me what you need, my friend. Fortune and wealth.
Missives are all at a loss on my realms right now. How much are they selling for on your realms? Very nice. We got the repose we needed. Now we just need like an 8 and we can craft one. Actually, if the 8's cheap enough, I think we can just buy it off the auction house. But I think that's like the super expensive one. I need to go offline. Just wanted to stop and tell you I'm still alive and wanted to check in with you about your GM progression. Sounds good. Yeah, it's pretty late over in EU. But yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out and stopping in. I will probably see you next time. No one's buying my misses either. Yeah, if they're like not selling on your realm, I think the sales will pick up for sure on Tuesday. When more people start crafting legendaries. Crit and haste 1.7. Missives are selling for 2k on my realm. Death Blossom is close to 70. Nightshade is 300. Yeah, I think people are just using them to like level up their inscription. And since there's not very many people using them to like craft or... And yeah, like no one's able to craft legendaries this week, so... I think the prices will probably rebound next week. When there's more demand for the... Yeah, for the missives. Should I craft my missives now and prep to sell on Tuesday? Will match largely stay the same? I would probably wait until the weekend, just to check map prices over the weekend. There's gonna be a lot more people like leveling and farming and stuff, so I think the prices will come down a little bit. Come on, give me an 8. Hey, we got an 8. Nice. Oh, we got 2 8s. Yeah, we got 2 of them back to back. Not bad. Anyone got a good pricing string for inks? I've just been setting up my operations with nominal values. I have a rough idea of what stuff costs, so I've just been yeah, adjusting values as prices on mats come down.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
So I still need a bunch of 5s and 8s for the repose.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Dang, 9k for those. Yeah, I wouldn't mind a couple. How much are the decks actually?
Alright, you guys, this is it. When the attack begins, all warriors click on defensive stance. Everyone else wait for Craig to cast his intellect buff. Okay, got it. The battle is sure to be long, so make sure you all have your special abilities macroed to your keyboards. Alright, Eric, you can
Whoa, what just happened?
count on us. Come on!
Zanzar with a rate of 52. Arnoda's raid? Did Arnoda raid Zanzar and then Zanzar raid me? Oh, thanks for the shoutouts as well, Vallegro. I always forget. But yeah, thank you for that raid, Zanzar. How's your gold making? How much have you made so far in Shadowlands? Hey Speckert. Hey Andy. Welcome everyone from Zanzar stream. Hey Key Barrier. I think I'm actually just gonna buy the aces off the auction house because they're still selling for like 50k. We actually sold one for 50k just now. So I'll buy 3.
If you find anything exotic,
So yeah, if we sell 3 at 50k, it's 150k. And it costs us less than 27k for the 3 cards that we need. See how much the 3s are for the Indomitable.
have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
4k. I'm gonna pick up one. $34k though for the Indomitables. We have to be careful, like if we don't buy things for too much. Zan decided to show us a real gold maker. What did you guys do in Zanzar stream? We are up 5.4 million, bought 9 cheap tokens too. Oh yeah, WoW tokens are coming down in price. 113.8 on NA.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Pretty good. Starting to get more sales coming in. We took a break to do some shuffling, and
If you find anything exotic,
I think in the past hour we've gotten 543k. And then we did restock all of our jewel crafting stuff. And I'm actually making inks on this tune at the moment.
have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least
I'm actually gonna have to
2
craft some
centuries
missives
old.
as well.
If you find anything
I think I'm gonna have like 10 of
bring
each.
it to me.
So we'll do missives next and then continue with our ink crafting. I actually need to craft more inks before I craft missives. So we'll work on that. We should also loot our jewel crafting stuff and list that on the auction house, but I don't have enough bag space at the moment until I finish crafting these inks. Zanzar hates you. He said it himself. Farm 2x4 Maldraxxus pretty much all day. I think that's pretty solid. How many BOEs did you end up getting? Alright, let me watch the clip real quick. Dang, that farm looks pretty insane. Also, stop hating on Danish people. Someone just bought 2 of my Tranquil Oak ink from me for 14k. Dang, are you serious? Maybe they needed it to level up like Inscription or something. That is pretty good though. Yeah, probably an accident. Maybe they just meant to buy like a certain stack out. Clicked yours by accident. Dang, that makes me want to list a bunch of ink at like 10k. Alright, we're gonna do it. We're gonna list some inks at like 10k.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Actually, I might as well go for like 100k.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Hated myself for laughing. Too funny not to laugh though. I think it's okay to laugh at jokes like that. It's not that big of a deal. Definitely bought a Dark Moon cape for 12k last night. That was sitting between a pile of other Dark Moon cards.
If you find anything
12k
exotic,
mistake.
bring it to me.
12k isn't that bad though. I think one of my guildies bought like, I don't know how much he spent on the mount equipment. I think he meant to buy one and bought out like an entire stack or something.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I actually need more Purchasens. I can actually buy the Ace in 2. See if they're up on the auction house for cheap. Actually, how many of each deck do I have? Down to 2 repose. 8 veracity. 5 Purchasens. I'm actually down to 4 of the tank ones, which is surprising. Yeah, first couple of days I didn't sell like any tank ones, I don't think. But yeah, I've sold like 30 so far. 55k average. So it's like 1.5 million in sales just from the tank trinket. Yeah, definitely need to build a laugh at yourself.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Born in the US, California, but lived 34 out of 36 years in Sweden, so I could say Swedish. Oh, nice. Do you have a family in California still? Is there other good ways to earn gold other than Dark Moon decks? I'd say jewel crafting is pretty good. I think legendary crafting will be pretty good next week as well. And then I think enchanting and alchemy will probably pick up in probably towards the end of week 2 and beginning of week 3 when raid and mythic season starts. A couple of relatives and a lot of friends. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I have an aunt and uncle down in Cali as well. Which ones did you say for right now? I would probably say like inscription and jewel crafting are probably the best right now. And then starting next week, I would say legendary crafting, so leatherworking, blacksmithing, jewel crafting. You actually need enchanting as well, because you need to make the bars and trying to think what else would be good. And then like week 3, like alchemy and enchanting should pick up since the new Mythic Plus season starts and the raid's gonna be open. Legendary gear rep gated. Crafting legendary gear is not rep gated. You have to do a small quest chain for the recipes, and then to rank up you need to craft a certain number of each. So to get from rank 1 to rank 2 you need to craft 15 at rank 1, and then from like rank 2 to rank 3 and rank 3 to rank 4 you need to craft like 30 of each. So getting to rank 4 is going to be very expensive, but you should be able to make some gold depending on your realm, like selling them during week 2, week 3. And speaking of legendaries, we just sold a Shadow Gas ring, which is like the base 1 legendary ring for almost 50k. Yeah, we got a sale at 47.5. So I might actually need my guilty to craft more. Let me hit him up. But yeah, it's not rep gated. The only thing that's like really rep gated is the Crafter's Mark rank 2. So yeah, just as inscription as an example, Crafter's Mark rank 2. You need cordial with Vinari in the maw. And I think it's the same for all crafting professions. So usually having 2 crafting professions on your main is good, because you're going to be like naturally getting rep with this guy. So for my monk, I'm going leatherworking and probably blacksmithing. That way I can craft my own gear as well. Enchanting should be really good as well, because you can disenchant any extra gear and use those to craft and sell enchants. Depends on what you want to do. Is it still worth getting into deck crafting at this point? I have max level inscription, half a million, I can fit into starting. Probably depends on the prices of herbs in your realm and how much the trinkets are selling for. I think on most realms the answer is yes, just because you're going to get a lot more sales over the weekend with more people playing. It is also like the first weekend, so I think a lot of people are going to be hitting level 60 and gearing their ults with trinkets off the auction house.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I can't carry anymore.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Veracity 60k, Indomitable Reposer 20k. Probably worth it. Yeah, just a matter of looking at the mill rates and seeing what the prices of your herbs are.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Gonna restock missives real quick. Made 17k in the first shredded cloth shuffle. Dang, that's really good. Just doing vendor shuffle. How long did it take to craft it all?
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Didn't time it, had 5k claw, 17k might be wrong. Might have been more. Still worthwhile. Especially if you bought the cloth at 2.5. I think the break even is like 5 gold.
Have anything ancient?
So you like doubled your investment.
Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So I think it's probably worth restocking the rings. So let me shop for the mats.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So to get 20 ingots, we need 10 of each ore. I'm actually gonna grab 20 of each ore so I can do 2 rings. So we need Essence of Torment, Essence of Rebirth, 10 of those per ring. Sinvir is 60 and Phaedrum is 40. Oh, that's actually really cheap. So I think we need like 600 of each ore. Let's see how much that is. I'll just buy this stack of 500. Hopefully that's enough.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
So those need to go to my Death Knight, which is my blacksmith. And then the rest of the ore goes to my mage, which is my jewel crafter. And then I do need to prospect with the think I'm gonna need pretty much all of it, because I want 20 of each essence. We could also maybe test out lithium.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, it is kind of annoying having to run back and forth between the mailbox and like the profession area.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Misses are flying off the shelves. I think people are buying mats for legendary crafting on Tuesday. You can see how crazy it is during the peak hours though. It's pretty much like non-stop undercutting for the trinkets.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So get back to ink crafting. Selen says, thank you so much for the follow. Gonna get my mats ready for the legendary rings. My guildie said he's working on some world quests, so it'll probably be a while before I have him craft, but we should take care of it now. So when he messages us, we're ready to go. Hopefully I bought enough ore as well for the essences. So I need 80 flux.
It would be my pleasure to help you. Come back. How may I assist?
I think the blacksmithing plate piece is going to be really expensive as well. I don't think leatherworking is as bad because the leatherworking mats are pretty cheap already on my realm. But yeah, the ores are pretty expensive. But I'll probably end up leveling blacksmithing on my monk. Use that for crafting. And people are buying the rank ones, even though they can't craft the legendaries yet. Definitely worth having one or two up on the auction house. So I need 20 Torment and 20 Rebirth. I think I have a bunch of Rebirth already, though. Trying to see if I have a 20. Just 10, so we just need 10 more. Only 3 Torment, though. So we'll see how far this gets us. Start with 10 for now. So close. Still at 16. So that got us 20. So I think it's like between maybe like 12 to 15 mass prospect to get like 10 essences. So it's probably like 250 ore for 10 essences. I'll have to remember that. And then we just need the vendor item, 20 of those, and we should be good.
You honor me with your attention. Please, do see me again.
Just asking my guildie how long it's going to be. He says 10 minutes, so we can just switch back to my scribe, craft more inks. Yeah, so I think the crafting cost is like 25k. It's not taking into account all the gems that you get. So you can make back a lot of your gold by using your gems. But if you're just after essences, it's like I think it's like between 200 and 300 ore for each of the 10 essences that you need. But yeah, ore's still really expensive on my realm, so I imagine for most people it's going to be a lot cheaper than that.
You may speak.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Yeah, I think there's going to be very few people on each realm with rank 4. Just too many you have to craft to get from rank 1 to rank 4. But I think the crafting cost goes down slightly after each rank, so it might be worth rushing. But I guess we'll find out next week. Yeah, I kind of want to go leatherworking, blacksmithing, but maybe I should go like leatherworking. I don't really need jewel crafting because I can have my gildie craft. It also gives him skill points, so that's like pretty helpful. Let me actually just ask in guild chat. I think having one dedicated crafter in each guild makes sense. So Guildby says the guildmaster is going after blacksmithing, but if it's just gonna be too much of a hassle, I can get it on my monk. I think we're good. We should have all the professions covered. Don't think I have a need for inscription though. So that's good. I think it's just the crafting professions. Yeah, blacksmithing, tailoring, leatherworking, and jewel crafting. Oh yeah, someone was talking about the cosmetic appearances earlier. I should go out and get that. Should probably look up the location of the vendor. 15k for that. That's really good. Let's actually look it up real quick. Oh, it's actually an Arden World, so I need to unlock I need to hit 60 first. So I have to add that to my list of stuff to do this weekend. Yeah, you guys can see it's selling for 15k on my realm. Region market value average is 14.3. So that might be something to do if you have a bunch of crafters. I just buy herbs. It's an Arden World. You jump on a mushroom and it shoots you up, then you slow fall into a tree. There's a video of it. YouTube showing it. Thanks, I'll have to look it up. Also, don't forget about the alchemy candle hat cosmetics. Oh yeah, I have alchemy on this tune as well, so I can go after that. Do you like the lore? I like the story so far. I'm almost done with the Arden Wield. So yeah. I just need to do the last zone. I'll be done, I think, for the main story. Honestly, I didn't think it was gonna be ready, but it's actually feels pretty good, like pretty polished. Aside from like connection issues that they had earlier. And I'm pretty excited for the new raid as well. Progression's usually pretty fun. New keystones as well, or new keystone achievement. I think we have another mount as a reward, so I'll definitely have to do that. Can't believe that group finished it in 3 days. Pretty insane. Yeah, Keystone Master Season 1 is like a pretty interesting looking mount. We'll definitely have to get that. Not a huge fan of the BFA one, to be honest. But the Shadowlands one looks pretty awesome. Try number 2. Good night, man. Happy gold making to you as well. Yeah, didn't you say you were gonna go like a little while ago? To occupy with gold making.
You have my undivided attention. I know our endeavors will prove profitable.
So I think I should have enough to make at least 100 cards. I think like 130. So I should have 900 of each ink. 128. I said bye to Zanzar and he rated you as a meta. I had to stay. Would have felt bad if I didn't. I think it would have been okay. I think we both would have been okay with that. I do realize it's like super late in EU. Kind of bummed how easy it is to craft stuff in BFA. Feels like nothing is profitable. I think the trinkets are actually pretty good. It's just super time consuming, as you guys can see, to craft the inks. So if you can get like a second account together, it's probably worth it. So Gilby is heading to Orbo, so I'm going to switch to my mage and have him craft the legendaries. Should have enough to do 2 more rings. Super late, 3 AM, and normally the bars should be closing now, but it's COVID-19, so yeah, I'm here. Yeah, ours close at 2 AM. But if I go like bar hopping, we'll usually stay out and get like food afterwards. A lot of really good restaurants open late, but yeah, because of COVID, not much is open around here. Also, I'm getting pretty old, so like usually 2 or 3 AM is my bedtime. Hey Koya, how's it going? Just restocking legendaries. We sold a neck and a ring. So I had my Gilby craft 2 more of each. How much did we say was the crafting cost? I think I'll just toss them like 10k for the ring sale. So I think that's 3. Oh, it's like that here as well. Especially this time of the night. Pretty much anytime after like noon, to probably like midnight, on any of the probably like anything over medium pop on NA. It's just like constant undercutting. Trying to get it in bed at 11, get up at 7, but it's hard. Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I don't really like waking up in the morning, but if I'm like day trading, I have to wake up on like the East Coast hours, so I'll try and go to sleep at like 10 p.m., wake up at like 5. But yeah, you should get some sleep, man. Go to bed, get some rest. Plenty of gold to be made tomorrow.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, just playing the cancel scan game when I can. But we saw quite a few. Even if we're like logging in between tunes, we have look at all these sales. 362k. Selling rings and trinkets only. Oh, and missives as well.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. If you find
And then I think we have like 500k in the mailbox, and I looted my mailbox like 2 hours ago. Oh, 600k now.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic,
Yeah, it's all about the cancel scan game. But I did plenty of gold making on Tichondrius, which is like a full pop, so like I'm used to it.
have anything ancient to trade?
Doing
Needs to be
cancel
at least
scans is
2
just kind of
centuries old.
normal, I think, nowadays. Especially with a lot of the low pops getting merged with other low pops.
If you find
I think all the
anything
low pops
exotic,
pretty much became
bring
high
it to
pops
me.
or even like medium pops. And then I think it's just a matter of finding time to craft. I'll probably just run my rogue out through the maw. And then leveling up inscription is like super cheap now, so I think it's probably worth having a second crafter. And then I'll probably level up on Tichondrius next week. Do some gold making there. Yeah, I think we worked up to like 6 million on Tichondrius at the end of BFA. It'll be interesting to see how much we can grow that in Shadowlands. You got any tips for someone without gold to invest? Probably just a matter of going out and farming to build up your capital. Once you have enough capital, you can start investing and focus on crafting rather than spending your time on farming. Mailbox is about 400k at the moment, playing 2 hours. Dang, that's really good. That's about where I'm at. We just sold a trinket as well. Veracity for 55.8. Surprisingly, undercutting isn't as bad right now. But it was pretty intense earlier. Like when I fired up stream, it was like 2 seconds, 3 seconds to get undercut on the trinkets. Maybe people are out now, grabbing dinner, taking a break or something. But yeah, it'll pick up again in like an hour or two, I think. But some of that was crafted yesterday. That makes sense. I think it's good to, like, we sold another trinket. We sold a tank one for 30k. Definitely not as high as I want it to be, but I think our crafting cost we figured out was under 20k. So it should be fine. 10k profit on the trinket. And yeah, we should probably have way more sales over the weekend. So that should make up for the smaller margins. Just getting more volume. Gonna grab more coffee. Hopefully it's still warm. Otherwise I'm gonna have to go in the kitchen and heat it up. Yeah, it's like lukewarm, so I'll be back in like a minute. I'm just gonna throw it in the microwave for like 30 seconds. Oh, Gildy actually messaged me. Are you planning on getting your armor professions to 60 for all markets? Yeah, I think we worked it out. I'm gonna take leatherworking and blacksmithing on my monk, and then... Yeah, one of the guild leaders is working on, I think, leveling leatherworking. So I can just do whatever, I think, is what he said. And then... Yeah, I think Rob's doing drill crafting, so we have that covered. Claw's doing leatherworking. I wonder if we have a tailor. But yeah, I'll probably have at least a leatherworker and blacksmith to focus on those armors. Oh, and then Vard has tailoring. So yeah, we have all the professions covered for guildies, legendaries. But I'll probably go leatherworking and like blacksmithing on my monk for my own personal gold making for legendary crafting. Yeah, and then at some point I'll level up a second level 60. Go for tailoring. So yeah, my tailoring on this realm is on my priest, which is actually a second character I probably should have for raid healing. So I'll probably level that up as well. Almost done with the restock. And then we'll be able to go big and craft 130 Darkmoon cards. Not even that big. Yeah, I think I did the math earlier and we've crafted pretty close to 1,200 cards. 500 Luminous and no Umbral. Not sure if I should buy Marrow, 30% more expensive than Death Bloom. I don't think it's worth it. I think it's like 50% in either direction, right? Or is it 30%? Uh, 2-1 for Marrow, 1-1 for Death Bloom. But isn't it 1.5, 1.5 for Death Bloom? As far as like the ratio? Oh, so I guess the break even would be like 33%. Yeah, I think it's better at 30%. Just buying the Marrow then. I think this will be my last cup of coffee. Yeah, it's like 6:30 here. I'm gonna try and go to sleep at a reasonable hour tonight, but I will work on my monk, getting him to 60. And getting the legendary recipes as well. Is Crafter's Mark rank 2 attainable this week? I'm not sure. I guess if you go hard on rep, it might be. If you level to 60 on day 1, and you've been doing dailies and stuff. I'm actually not entirely sure. I'll try to irritate you and I'll craft. Craft on my realm or just craft in general? Oh, imitate me. I guess that makes more sense. Sorry, the M looks like 2 R's. Do you think alchemy is good for gold making in Shadowlands? It should probably be good in week 3. When the mythic season starts and when the raid opens. Need more coffee? I made 10 cups earlier and I think I've gone through most of it. Yeah, coffee maker has like 2 cups left, so I've gone through almost 8 cups. And actually started brewing it like before I started stream. So I'm having like 2 cups every hour. How much caffeine in each? Isn't it like 150 milligrams per 1 cup or something? So on average, 95 milligrams per 1 cup, 8 fluid ounces. It also probably depends on like what coffee you brew. I think the lighter blends have more caffeine. I'm actually drinking a dark roast, so I imagine it's less than 95 milligrams. Yeah, I grab a French roast, like Starbucks brand is my favorite. Yeah, I think most energy drinks are like 200 or 300 milligrams. Are you making most of your gold with crafting intermediate items? Example, selling ink gems, enchanted bars. I'm not selling any of my inks, I am selling gems, and I haven't touched enchanted bars yet. But that might be something to look at next week, because people are going to need enchanted bars for the legendary items. Yeah, I'll be back in a second. I can go grab my energy drink, see how much it has. So Mountain Dew Amp has 142 milligrams for every 16 fluid ounces. So I think it's on par with a cup of coffee. Because I think coffee was 95 for every 12 ounces. trying to see how much balls is, but it doesn't say. Oh no, no, it's calories. Sodium. Yeah, where's the caffeine? Maybe it'll say on their website. So 16 fluid ounces is 100 mils. So this is a 10 fluid ounce, so it would be maybe like 60. Yeah, I think coffee is like the best option, or some of the other energy drinks. Do you think it's worth it to craft Dark Moon or just sell the herbs? Depends on how many herbs you're getting. If you're getting lots of them, it would probably be more worthwhile to craft the decks, but yeah, it does require you to craft a bunch. Turning stuff into inks.
Tell me what you need, my friend. Death is the ultimate transaction.
If you're trying to build up your capital, I would just say sell the herbs. And then if you have a lot of herbs and you have some capital to invest with, I would probably do Dark Moon decks. But it would also depend on the prices of your realm. It also would depend on like what herbs you're farming. Some of them are way more valuable than others. So we can craft 132 cards. Let me actually check the prices of herbs, and then if I can find more cheap herbs, I'll just buy those and then just dump what I have into Dark Moon cards. But if herbs are expensive, I'm just gonna do like 100 cards.
2 centuries old.
That way I have some mats for missives and stuff if I need them tomorrow. Do you think meat prices will go up when raid becomes available? They're low price at the moment. Depends on the mat. Yeah, I would look up what you need for like feasts and stuff. And then potentially invest it in week 2. Nightshade's actually at 360 right now. I think we got a bunch at like 300 earlier, right? And I got some this morning at like 200. Death Blossom at like 40 is really good though. Because we bought a bunch at 45 earlier. So we just bought 7,000 for a little bit over 400 or 40 gold average, or pretty close to 40 gold average. And then I guess it wouldn't hurt to pick up more of the Nightshade. They're 160 on my realm. Isn't the deposit on them pretty expensive? So if you don't sell them, you could actually end up selling at a loss. Yeah, I wish I had started doing that earlier when prices were still pretty high. 113.2 tokens. That's so good. Hopefully they hit like 100 tomorrow. Wonder if it'll break 110. And then if it breaks 110, will it break 100? Yeah, I think 100k would be pretty good. I would probably just cap my balance if it hits 100. It would be super cheap to cap too at 100. I think like 2 million? Yeah, on NA, $350. $15 token would be 23 tokens. And then at 100, that would be 2.3. Pretty good. Fingers crossed that it comes down even more. Check porous stone, porous polishing abrasive. Porous stone is 173, weight stone is 680, sharpening stone is 43, and abrasive is 155. Are these all vendor mats?
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Polishing abrasive is an engineering craft that takes 2 porous stone, and yours is 175. So what you're saying is I should be crafting it on my priest. So to make the crafted portion a legendary, what do we have to do to get the recipe? I think it's in Torghast. I think you have to cap your profession, and then you should get a quest from... What's that dude's name? We were actually talking about it in guild chat earlier, but I'm blanking on the dude's name. Yeah, Rune Carver. Thanks. How much should I buy? Should I start small or should I just buy all these? It's like 1.3k for 480. Might as well just buy them all.
If you find
And then I'll meld into my engineer and test it out. Thanks for the tip, Koya. I imagine you get skill points too, right? So it'll be a good use for my, good way to get my levels up for engineering.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Don't really want to buy Nightshade at 360, but I should probably have some on hand, just in case the prices like skyrocket tomorrow for whatever reason. So I'll buy everything up to 360, or up to 374, but yeah, there's a bunch at 360, so I'll just buy those. And that should actually last us a while.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
And then now we can just craft a bunch of Dark Moon decks. Or Dark Moon cards rather, and then hopefully get some Dark Moon decks. And I should probably do a cancel scan as well.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
To go to Orbos, learn Shadowlands Professions, doing the Maul quest is a must, right? Yeah, you have to do the Maul on all your alts. I think I've done it 6 times now. It's kind of a hassle, but definitely worth it. Having access to all professions. And then for stuff like the Crafter's Mark rank 2 and for crafting legendary base items, you need to be level 60. Oh, can you do a Warlock summon? That's pretty OP. Sold another Veracity for 54. It's a good thing we're getting all these cards, because the trinkets are selling like really fast right now. It's gonna be insane tomorrow, I think. Maybe I should shuffle all the herbs that I got, but I can do that at like after stream. Probably just watch TV or something, let it run in the background. And then also work on my monk as well. So that's ready to go on Tuesday. Yeah, I wasn't on at all this morning, so I don't know what was going on with the servers, but I did see a post on Twitter about it. A lot of angry people. Oh, I think there was like a maintenance earlier today, and then people were having issues logging in and stuff after the maintenance. But I didn't get on until like maybe 1 p.m., 2 p.m. or something like that. Sold a deck with that undercutting. Someone tried to do a reset on the Putrid Sense earlier today. They bought like 10 of my decks for between like 35 and 60k. Yeah, I think they reset to 85 and it got undercut almost immediately down to like 40s or 50s. We can actually check how much it is right now. I think it's at like 50. Yeah, imagine they spent a lot of gold on the reset. I reset about 20 island items yesterday. Nice.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Oh, Future Sense is 45k, Veracity is 55. And then I think the other two are like 30k. Yeah, Endom is 30, Future Sense 45, Veracity is 55, and I actually don't have any of the repose. Repose is 30 as well.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Expansion launch has taught me that I'm more interested in new gameplay than gold. Yeah, the storyline for the main story is pretty good. But I can do both at the same time. So it's not that big of a deal. Usually I just have this account shuffling in the background while I'm working on my monk.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
List missives and jewel crafting stuff as well.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
How do I figure out the crafting costs for the Dark Moon decks? I actually had a discussion about it on Twitter with Billis and Lazy Goldmaker. Lazy posted a bunch of his data, so you could probably check that out. I think it's just twitter.com/lazygoldmaker. Yeah, 32.7 and 2.8 sounds right. Oh, I actually need more tranquil inks. I should craft a few of those.
I need to target something first.
We should actually be able to complete quite a few decks. Then you multiply it by 8 and take the average of your deck to see the average profit margin. Yeah, you may also want to like add 20 or 30%, just because there's RNG and like some cards you're gonna end up crafting extras of. And then, yeah, if you buy like cards off the deck to complete decks as well, it kind of complicates the math a little bit. But yeah, I think just figuring out the crafting cost for each card makes the most sense. Because even if you don't craft the deck, you can just sell the cards individually. Is it too late for Darkmoon decks crafting? Probably depends on your realm. I would say no, since you can see me crafting Darkmoon decks. Yeah, I think we said my crafting cost is like 18k per deck. And they're selling it for like at least 12k profit.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, for Repose and Indom, I'm selling at 30k, so that's like 12k profit. And then for the other ones, it's like 20k profit. For the Putrescence, Veracity is like almost 30k profit.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I mean, you have to look at the prices of your herbs too, right? Because if the herbs are like too expensive, then it's probably not going to be worth crafting. But if the herbs are low enough and there's like profit for each of the decks that you sell, then it's probably worth it.
If you find
And then you could also sell like individual cards as well if the decks aren't profitable. So there's a couple things you would have to take a look at. Some of the cards I have like 20 of. I should probably start selling some.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, we sold quite a few decks in the past hour. They could all pick up even later tonight. Yeah, 3k to complete a Veracity deck I think is definitely worth it. Check how much the 5 is. You can also buy like individual cards off the auction house and see if it costs more or less than the deck. It's another good way to make gold, even if you don't shuffle it yourself. So if I bought all the cards on the auction house right now, it cost me 31k. I think the decks are selling for like 50 something, right? Or 40 something. 55k. So that'd be like 14k profit on each one. Or no, 24k profit on each one. Assuming we sold at 55. Oh, someone's selling the cards for like really cheap, that's why. We'll just buy all the cheap ones out. Yeah, they undercut every card by like 2k.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
It is too far away.
So I need a bunch of 6s now.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Should get us 5 more decks.
If you find anything exotic, greetings, sir, and or ma'am.
I got lucky and completed 3 veracity in this batch. That's awesome, man.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, I need to do the same on my mage, but yeah, the crystals are really expensive. They're like 12k on this realm. So I'll probably wait until week 2, probably to level.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Indoms are pretty cheap as well. Yeah, I think it's actually cheaper to buy all the cards individually and combine them yourself for these as well. 8k, 11.1, 15k, 17, 19.6, 21.6, 23.6. Yeah, it's like 23.6k to buy each card, and they're selling for like 30k. Should actually buy a bunch of 5s and complete some more decks. Grab like 4 5s. Oh, I actually have a couple of 5s on the auction now, so I can just cancel those.
If you find anything exotic, bring it.
So I need to buy 3 5s. It's pretty good. 4K card for a 30K deck. So I can complete Future Sense if I buy 2s, but 2s are like 16K, so probably not worth it at that price. They'll pass on those.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Another question is, do we buy more 5s at a more expensive price to complete decks?
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Next lowest is like 7K for a 30K deck. Probably not worth it unless we sell out of them. So I'm gonna pass on that as well. And then these we can probably just pick up at whatever price, because all of them are like pretty cheap. So let me just grab 1 4. 4 is 3.1.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Pretty good sales. Sales are like pretty fast and steady. And then I'll probably have to craft more tonight just to keep up with the demand on Saturday and Sundays. List more drill crafting stuff as well, missives. Anyone know of a good min price string to deal with the crazy market right now? I've just been using nominal values just so I have more control over the minimum price. 100 gold. That might work for stuff like the Joel clusters, but I would definitely have it higher for stuff like Dark Moon cards and decks. Crystals are like 6K on my roam. I only need 14 left to max. Should I max and sell legendary mats? Oh, do you actually need to be max level to craft those? Maybe just wait until the weekend, see if the prices come down.
anything
I'm gonna
exotic,
switch to my
bring it
priest,
to me.
check on bag sales, and I also want to craft the engineering things that Koei mentioned earlier. Yeah, it'd be like 80k for 14 crystals. I'm gonna make a shopping operation to see if buying cards is at least 3,000 gold lower than the deck. I wonder how you would set that up. Yeah, I don't mind looking at it manually. That way I have a control over like how many I buy. I think the problem with having a shopping operation is like you might end up buying like 20 of like one card if it's like priced too low. But if you get 20, it's like really... If you get like 20 of one card and only like one of each of the other cards, it's probably not worth it. Unless you're like trying to flip those cards as well. But I think flipping cards, it's pretty risky. Sold a bunch of deep sea bags. Oh nice, we sold some of the 32 slots. I think I paid like 150 for the cloth, so it was like a 500 gold profit. But I didn't pick up very many. I just did a few to see if it would sell. But good to see it working.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2
Dang, they're down to
centuries
1.3.
old.
I think I'm just gonna use the rest of them. Because I have ults that need 32 slot bags anyways. This one already has a BFA one, so I'll just mail it to one of my other ults. Maybe my mage? I can't remember if my mage has 32 slots or not.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I can make it so it only buys one of each to complete a deck if the combined cost is lower than one deck. That would be pretty cool.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I think it would definitely speed up decision making.
Too far away.
Is the engineering trainer over here? It's blacksmithing. Tailoring. I think it's over here. It's cooking. Fishing. Enchanting. Am I on the wrong side? Because jewel crafting's over here. Maybe engineering's like on the other side? Off to the left.
You honor me with your attention.
Can you use the porous stone for anything else, or is it just the abrasives? I'll just queue up like 100. See if they sell. You can use it for a few things. Okay, I will just craft 100 for now and then see what else I can craft. I have to lurk for a bit. Sounds good. Thanks for the lurk, man. I will talk to you later. So it looks like we can get to skill like 25 maybe? I don't know when it turns gray. Yeah, skill 25. I think that's probably enough. I'll just throw those up on the auction house, see if they sell.
This realm offers
And then if they do sell, I can just craft more and maybe buy some more of the porous stones. In BFA, I had a bunch of alts I didn't really play. Have alchemy to do the daily cooldown for Anchorweed. Is there anything like that for Shadowlands, or do you think I would switch them to something else? There is a daily, but you need to have max level alchemy, I think, to use it.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2
At least that's the way it was in
old.
beta.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
But it's up to you. You still have the old alchemy transmutes that are still profitable. So even if you don't do the BFA ones, you can do one of the, like, the old roll ones. Near around here, had never made more than 20k before I tried. Or I just tried to hit first 900k with Dark Moon cards, got the initial from mining, herbing on relays. What should I be looking to do now to head into the millions? Probably getting ready for week 2. Legendary crafted items. It also depends on like how many 60s you have. I'd say if you have like dual like crafting professions on your main, you're in pretty good shape. But it's just a matter of leveling up your professions to cap and then getting the recipe from Torghast. And then crafting legendaries. Mats are pretty cheap right now, but I think prices are going to go up a little bit on Tuesday. So it might be something to work on between now and Tuesday. And then week 3, the consumable market's going to be pretty good. So I would probably work on alchemy and like cooking, fishing if you can.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
150 for gun shoes. My average sale is 231. My average buy on 10 is 175. I think 150 is still pretty good. So I'll just list those. Sky Golem, 8 at 60, 1 at 66, and the rest at 99. Just throw mine back up at like 99. Oh, I should actually check my other account and see what prices are like on Tichondrius. Because I have a bunch made there as well. $7K. Region is like 35. I think the fireworks one is actually pretty easy to make. I was thinking about resetting it, but probably not worth it.
If you
Right now, we should do Jards.
Bring it to me.
And then I actually need to move a bunch of living steel over to all my engineers, because most of them are at over 30 Jards and they can craft another Sky Golem. But yeah, I think I'll wait a couple more weeks until prices are much higher. I guess I'll do Hex Weave while I'm here. I'm actually running low on mats on this tune, so I have to move some over. Go back on my DH and relist our auctions. I imagine I've gotten undercut by now. It's also expensive. What's expensive? Legendaries? Yeah, it's probably gonna stay like that for like at least another month. Because legendaries are going to start eating up a bunch of mats next week, and then we also have raid coming out in like 2 weeks. So yeah, like consumables and like mats should be Nightshade 185, Death Blossom 27, Trinkets 30k. Yeah, it seems pretty good. Nice, so we're back up to 1 million in our mailbox. Dang, we sold a lot of trinkets or something. We got 1 million in like, it's been like 3 hours.
Have anything
Plus whatever
ancient to
we
trade?
sold.
Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
So 1 million in the mailbox and 353k incoming. So like 1.3 in about 3 hours. Definitely not as good as 2 days ago when we were averaging like 800k to 1 million per hour. We're at about like half of that now.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
But I think this weekend will be pretty good for sales. I can probably average like 1 million an hour tomorrow.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I just buy everything. Even if the prices are high, you just sell the items for a much higher price. Pass the cost on to the end buyer. Make gold off of the your time shuffling, I guess.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, some of the professions are pretty easy to max. Like, inscription is only 100 points, but alchemy is like 175. So it takes a bit more to cap out alchemy.
If you find
You also need some of the
exotic,
expensive herbs
bring it
for
to
like
me.
alchemy.
The purpose.
I did a little bit of farming on day 1 on my druid, but after day 1 I just bought the mats off the auction house.
This crisis will pass.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries
Yeah, I
old.
think the first night I bought a bunch of mats as well, because I think I burned through like 700, 800k on day 1. Buying up mats.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at
But I
least
looted like
2
4
centuries
or
old.
5 million last stream. I think it was like 2 days ago. And then earlier today I looted 6.3 million from the last 2 days. So it's definitely worth just buying the mats. There's no way I'd be able to hit those numbers if I was like just farming the mats myself. Yeah, stop selling the instant I list it. So the sales on the trinkets are pretty insane right now. Dang, the jewel clusters for my average sale on this is 3.7. It's down to 700 gold. Wonder if it's worth resetting. Probably not. Yeah, there's 58 at 700, so it's probably not worth doing a reset. It's actually really cheap to get now because the prices of the ores tanked in the last 3 days. So I think we just listed at 700. How's your jewel crafting doing today? Pretty well. Prices are a lot lower than yesterday and the day before, but still pretty profitable. Oh, I actually need to fix my operation for the shadow gas stuff. I'll just cancel it manually for now, and then relist it.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries.
We sold one of each, a ring and a amulet for like 45k. So we had my guildie craft 2 more.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
You can see how fast I get undercut.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Just competing over sales. But we are making a lot of gold. I imagine we're getting at least half of the sales. Imagine if we get all the sales. That would be so sick.
Inventory is full.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Undercut sequels auction house PvP. Yeah, it's actually a lot of fun. You can make rank 4 rings already?
If you find anything exotic,
That's insane.
bring it to me.
So how many rings have you crafted? So it's 15 at rank 1, 30 at rank 2, and 30 at rank 3. So you've crafted 75 rings.
I can't carry anymore.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I have like no bag space now. Does the crafting cost go up at like rank 2 and rank 3? Or is it the same? You gave most of it away? Wait, why not just sell it? Bought out most of my ore, my server. Dramatically increased. Definitely not looking forward to leveling up my professions. Yeah, getting like rank 4 anything is gonna be super expensive. Guildies needed them, so I did a service. I did my service. Yeah, I think we've assigned people to do professions. But I'll probably do my own personal like gold making with them, so I'll probably try and get rank 4 of everything at some point. For sure getting like rank 2 of everything by next week. By Tuesday, I guess. I have leatherworking in my monk, and I have I'm gonna have a second slot empty, so I'm just gonna do blacksmithing, I think. Leveling from rank 3 to rank 4 alone cost about 1.8 million gold in mats. That's actually a lot less than I expected. I guess you get a lot more ore at lower prices on Dalaran. I think on this realm it would be way more expensive. Ring is rank 4 and amulet is rank 2. That's still really good, getting something at rank 4 already. That'll give you an edge next week selling the base items. You can just sell rank 4s. Are people going to be able to use rank 4s though? Isn't the max you can craft like a rank 2 next week? Or like rank 1? I think it's like rank 1, week 2, and then like rank 2 either week 3 or week 4. But I have to look it up. think I'll just focus on the trinkets. I mean, drill crafting still does really well, but I think the margins are a lot better on the trinkets. So I want to make sure I'm always the lowest and the most recent. And then in between listing our auctions, we should also be checking for cheap mats like that Selenium ore at 20 gold is pretty good. I'm gonna buy some of that. It's only 45, but scoop up what I can at cheap prices. What else looks good? Death Blossom at 41 is pretty good. We just need the nightshade to come down a little bit. Like low 300s, high 200s would be ideal. And yeah, I think that lithium ore was a good buy earlier. We got a bunch at 200. We can use that for blacksmithing legendaries. I think someone bought the cheap box. I could also buy a bunch, but I think we're gonna hold off. I got 2 memories already from Torghast. What are the memories? Oh, the legendary effects. That's pretty cool. Are they the ones you needed for your class?
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
Nice, we sold a Veracity for 55. We sold 4 in the past hour actually. At 55.8. Future Sense is sitting at 45, and then the other 2 are like around 30.
If you find anything,
I feel like people are slower with the undercuts tonight, kind of slacking. It was pretty intense yesterday. I guess it was pretty intense earlier today as well. I'm gonna get on my scribe after this and then make my gatherer a scribe. Yeah, once you hit 60, it's a good idea to drop your like gathering profession and pick up a crafting one.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least.
I think everyone that was in the market is still in here. Yeah, I see like most of the same names. Because it tells you like who you're undercutting. Or like who undercut you if you do a cancel scan. It's always like the same people. And yeah, prices have shifted so drastically that if you didn't get any sales like in the last 3 days and you crafted at like the high prices, a lot of the decks are now going to be like below your crafting. So there might be a few people just not listing. So yeah, this was the price yesterday, 85k. You can see like it got undercut to 50 and then down to like 45 now. But like herbs are really cheap now, so the crafting cost is under 20k for most of the decks. Just a matter of spending time to like shuffle, shop for cheap herbs.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
What do you think is the reasoning behind people undercutting with so much? Usually I undercut by a lot if I get too annoyed with like back and forth like undercutting.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
If someone sees that you're undercutting by like 10k every time they undercut you, they're usually reluctant to constantly undercut you. They lack brain power to make gold, honestly. I don't really have a problem with like big undercuts. But if you're listing stuff for below crafting, then yeah, you probably lack brain power. Because rather than like craft the item and then sell at a loss, you could have just sold the mats on the auction house and made a profit. But sometimes it's hard, like you craft an item and then the market like moves against you. So on occasion you do have to sell at a loss.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least.
Plus you can't be on the auction house like 24/7, so that's also an issue.
If you find anything
Some hours of the day you won't get sales just because you're like sleeping or working or out grabbing food or whatever.
Have anything ancient?
I think this guy wants to use my auction house
Needs to
mat.
be at least 2
Watch me move away.
centuries old.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. You're gonna get pissed. Let's see if he follows me. I'm gonna do laps around the center area. Might as well do a cancel scan while I'm here.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me. If you find anything exotic,
I think I actually sold out of one of the decks. What am I out of? Wow, he actually followed me all the way. Dude must have me on follow or something. I was hoping Darkmoon decks would stay at 400k plus. I bought 3 to 6 cards at 75k each to complete decks. Probably gonna take a loss on that. Are you on my realm? Because I had someone do that. I had a couple of sales like on day 1 or day 2. 75k sales for the decks. Or not the decks, but for cards. And then the prices were back down to like 200 on like day 2.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
I also had someone trying to reset the putrescence earlier. They bought all of mine between like 30k and I think it was 65k was my highest one. To do a reset to like 85. And you can see the price on the putrescence is back down to 45. So I don't think it's a good idea to do resets on this market. Unless you can be like absolutely certain that you can flip them at like a decent profit. Oh yeah, it was definitely on my realm. Because I think Kel'Thas and Ghostlands got connected to my realm. And then I think there's another cluster that got connected. So I think we got like merged twice. So I am sold out of one card, or one deck. Oh, it's the Repose. It's because the 5 is too expensive, and I want to buy it at a super high price. $6.8 and then deck's like 30k, so definitely don't want to buy any of these. Yeah, I think he bought like maybe 3 or 4. Did you buy a tube of Putrescence at 75k? So I sold one of those at 75. Yeah, I sold a few at 75. Let me try and find another one. Did you buy a 5 of Indom for 57k? Yeah, I think I got a few sales at 75 and a few sales at like 60 for the cards. Sold a 7 of Indom for 57 as well. Oh, here we go. Did you buy a 8 of Veracity for 75k? So I sold one of those for 75k as well. So yeah, I think I sold 3 cards at 75. I have to AFK, tell me later if it was me. Yeah, I can go into my ledger and see who it was.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
If you check your sales data, my tune would have started with Shadow. Pretty sure it might have been you. Too funny.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Yeah, I was actually talking to another gold maker on this realm about it, like... Yeah, I don't think buying cards for 75, even if it completes the deck, is, would have been, like, the best thing to do. If we had to do some sort of shuffle, like Expulsum, then it probably might have been worth it, but... Yeah, since there's, like, 0 shuffling required to craft these, it's probably... not worth it. Hecons must do a giveaway to atone for stealing viewer gold. But you steal my sales as well. I think it makes up for it. Buying all my good items. Sniping all the good items before I can get there. Plus, I didn't even know that was him. And then I have no control of what people buy or don't buy.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
If people want to list 500k transmog for 1 gold, I have no control over that either. Sure you do. You could buy it out for 1 gold and then COD it to me for 1 gold. Or even like 2 gold. Double your gold. Do I have all these herbs that I picked up that I need to process? But I actually need a lot of bag space to do that. Not sure what to do.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old. If you find anything exotic,
Exactly, double the gold. What a bargain. Are you gonna start gold making with professions yet, or are you still working on leveling?
have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Pretty good. Back up to like 600k almost. We're actually running low on the haste one, so I'll have to craft a few more of those.
If you find anything exotic, bring it to me.
I mean, I actually need more ink, so I think I'll actually work on that now. I should have enough bag space. I don't think I was saving the Rising Glory for anything, so I'll just mill that as well. Other snipers must be busy. You gotta recruit Thug Shirt and Brawler Harness for cheap in last day. Dang, that's really good. Are you gonna try and flip it, or are you gonna learn their parents? Yeah, I think most of the people who are gold making are just focused on current content stuff. It's actually pretty insane right now. Selling rank 3s on the auction house for 200k at the moment. Are you talking about the WOD gear? Flip. Yeah, I think I have like at least one of each shirt on one of my realms. I've been trying to sell for like 3 years. I may actually just end up learning them. I don't need gold on my profession. Main servers, 50 million on each server is enough. 50 million. Why not 100? I think I'm up to like 80 million total on Malfurion. Kinda wanna work on Tichondrius next. I worked up to 6 million liquid on Tichondrius. I imagine it's a little bit harder to make gold there. Just because there's so many people and way more competition. I'd rather have 2 million on 25 servers. I think I'm pretty close. I think I have 1 million, or pretty close to 1 million on most of my flipping realms. Some of the ones where I started recently, I only have maybe like 50k, but... I have 1 million plus on a handful of realms on my flipping account. And pretty much any excess gold I can just dump into like tokens and buy Hearthstone packs or whatever. Yeah, it's one of the main reasons why I transferred gold over to Illidan. So I can buy TCG mounts and stuff if I see any cheap. Some of my flipping realms will get 1 million too much just through flipping, posting 3 times a week, and sniping of course. But if you focus on like professions, first few weeks of Shadowlands, you can always make enough gold to like move 1 million to each of your realms. Maybe not like 25 realms, but imagine you could probably do like 10 million a week. For the first like 3 or 4 weeks. So like 40 million. Transfers like what? 2 tokens? 3 tokens? So it'd be like 330k. Rank 3 legendary rings. Congrats. Have you sold any at 200? Much more fun to watch realms grow. Yeah, I kind of agree. Especially when you have that first good flip. You buy something for like a couple hundred gold and flip it for like 10,000. Feels good. So I need more vials and some more water, so I'll go buy some of that.
Have anything ancient to trade? Needs to be at least 2 centuries old.
Oh no, I'm competing with Monster now.
If you find anything
Fucking
exotic,
Monster.
bring it to me.
Wait, is that not the Monster that I know? Oh, it is totally the Monster that I know. Too funny. Gonna have to start competing with guildies now. Should I add missives to my jewel crafting rings and necklaces? Probably not worth it now, but that's something you probably want to consider if you're pretty close to getting your crafter's mark rank 2. Because that raises the item level to 187, and then you can craft the rings and necklaces with just like one primary stat, or secondary stat rather. But you definitely want to do something like that with like crafter's marks. But yeah, that should be pretty good profit. I actually don't have jewel crafting on this tomb. But yeah, I think Crafter's Mark rank 2 plus missive on like a ring or a neck would be pretty good. Other people like money too, you know. My other guildie's response to me calling it monster. Yeah, I'm not too worried about it.
It would be my pleasure.
I think we made plenty. Pretty happy with our results after 4 days, 5 days. Yeah, it was like Shadow with the weird O, right?
Come back if you need anything.
Oh, weird A? Were you the guy that also did the reset on the Future Sense earlier? Because someone bought out like 10 of mine for between like 35 and 65k. Oh, I think it was like 30 and 65 was the range. They did like a reset to 85k. Yeah, I was actually really surprised like day 2. Sold a bunch of cards at like 75 and a couple at 60 as well. Crafter's Mark rank 1 is trainer, Crafter's Mark rank 2 is rep. Yeah, Crafter's Mark rank 2 is cordial with the Venari guy. So yeah, it's just like mall dailies, I think. But yeah, hopefully you made a lot of gold off of inscription. I actually missed most of day 2 gold making because I was up for I think like 16 or 17 hours on Monday. So I ended up sleeping a lot on Tuesday. I tend not to reset markets unless I've been in it for months, been burned too many times trying to reset markets. I'm new and yeah, it's pretty risky with these trinkets. Definitely a good call not to do a reset. Shadow Priest is my scribe who probably bought them. Yeah, I think that name sounds familiar. It also helps to have like a second account. So usually I'm undercutting on this tune and then I'm leveling my monk on my other account. What about resetting Lightless Force? People are posting below the cost of the Eternal Crystals. I would say no. I think most people are just crafting to level up enchanting and just selling them at whatever price. But yeah, it's up to you. If you have experience selling Lightless Force and you think that it will sell fast enough for you to make your gold back and profit, it might be worth doing a reset. Best thing to do is to level Fortunes, one of each covenant, because endgame covenant treasures give items worth thousands of gold. Yeah, I think I'm gonna try and do that. I am pretty like ultaholic, so I imagine like 1 month in I'll probably have 10 60s. Though I have been pretty slow to level my tunes in week 1. My monk should be level 60 tonight, and then I'll probably level up second level 60 this weekend. I'll also run my rogue on my other account out to Orbos. That way I can craft on that tune on that account if I'm like playing a tune on this account. Leveling to 60 isn't a problem, just questing on first tune takes forever and a day to unlock things. Yeah, like getting everything unlocked is a hassle as well. Especially stuff set up with like professions. You do have to level that up to cap and then do some Torghast stuff. Unlocking Torghast as well. But once you have to once you get it set up, you don't have to worry about it anymore. And if you plan out your professions, it should be fairly easy to do. Yeah, I wanted to start leveling, but stuff's moving too fast. I guess it is the weekend. First weekend of Shadowlands. Lace Trade ore is going for 25 gold each, and ring is 2.5 to 10k each. Item level 151, maybe I should try out. How much are the other gems, or other ore? Because I haven't been touching Lace Trade for my prospect. I've been doing, Selenium, I think? It costs more, but I think it has a better, rate for gems. It also gives you essences, which you can sell, or you can use for your own crafting. The essences you also need for crafting the legendary base items. Revendreth ore dropped to 20 gold each, so I bought all of it at 16k. Dang, that's a lot of ore. That's pretty good though, 20 gold each. Yeah, you should check, there's a couple of spreadsheets out there with the, prospect values. So you should enter in the values of each ore, and then should give you an idea of like which one to buy out. It also depends on what you're trying to do. If you're trying to prepare for the legendary crafting next week, you definitely want to do a mix of each, because you do need the essences from each ore. You could also prospect the blue ore, but that's like pretty expensive. Unless the blue ore is like really cheap on your realm, it's probably worth just doing a batch of each of the green ones. Yeah, I think it'll be pretty good, because there's going to be a lot of people leveling and hitting 60 over the weekend. Especially for people who didn't have a chance to start on like Monday because of work or school or whatever. Yeah, I think this weekend's going to be pretty good for token prices as well. Like this weekend, and then I think right before raid, tokens should get a nice drop in price. Down to 113.4. Might even see like 100 tomorrow. Yeah, sub 100 would be pretty dope. Like 90k tokens, I would just max out my balance, buy a bunch of Hearthstone packs, and then just max it out again. Even like 110's really good. Yeah, it would be like I think 2.5 million to cap if you're US without authenticator. Got it to work. Are you talking about the operation? Did you make a spreadsheet, or did you make like a in-game group operation? People desperate for gold, great time to find cheap pets. Yeah, it's a good time to make investments as well in game. Finally dig my first level 60 character on an A